Yeah, now it's working. Mm. Mm. Yeah, that's looks like I am live everywhere. Let's do our intro. So yeah, do you want to start now? Please go to my Patreon if you want to start now. So yep, like I said, at that time, missed everything else and all. Yep, as you can see, I'm part of the team, so I am streaming everywhere, as you can see. So yep, if you're part of the team, you get to stream everywhere. Also, we've got a giveaway going on. Now, here's the thing about theme. Yeah, Streamlabs and Restream, Streamlabs to $19, Restream to $19. Here's the thing. Restream, you only get 3 places and 1 custom. Streamlabs, if it's in their lineup, you can stream to it, and you get, I think, like a minimum of 3 custom. But with theme, yes, it's $4.99 a month. The minimum is you have to stream at least 4 hours a day. And in the process of streaming 4 hours a day, Alexander TC is sponsoring me and will pay the $4.99 to me every month as long as I stream a minimum of 4 hours a day. So, as you can see, the thing has restarted. So I've got to listen to somebody, watch and listen to somebody for 4 hours, start 5 channels, chat to 5 of them. But you can see here, yep, you can, you got to work 4 hours. But here's the thing. Then you can now monetize now. And just today, they just posted that not only is PayPal now supported, Amazon Pay and Google Pay is now supported. So, yes, we are growing. We are growing big time. So, yep, we can now monetize the channel and get people to support you, follow you, and help you out, just everything else. Alright, so let's try to find some people. The only problem is it is getting very crowded. It's getting very crowded trying to find new people. Everything. Let the ad play. Let the. That's one channel.
Because I know I scrolled through some of that. Yeah, I feel that. I'm like that too. I'm in a bunch of discords too, and I'm like, times it's hard to keep track.
That's two channels.
Yeah, I feel that. I'm like that too. I'm in a bunch of discords too, and I'm like, times it's hard to keep track.
That's two channels.
Yeah, I feel that. I'm like that too. I'm in a bunch of discords too, and I'm like,
Alright, so let's go ahead and play. So yeah, the link I shared is about the Delta Recruitment. Again, if you really want to get more of the detail, make a Romulan character. Because the Romulan, you get a little bit more of the background as to what's going on, what's happening, all this other stuff, just everything else and all. Why are you doing that, Nathan? All these ads that this site does. So, okay, go away. Yeah, I'm waiting for the stupid movie to kick in. Yeah, the only problem this side runs a million ads that and all, and sometimes you'll get these like movie ads that like basically take over the whole entire screen. There's what I'm looking for right there. Go away. So yeah, as you can see, yeah, that screen right there, it's supposed to show it on the corner there, but every now and then it don't show it on the corner. Now it takes up the whole screen. There's the second ad, finally. Finally. So yeah. So yeah, like I said, the Delta requirement. Now here's the thing: if you've already got a Delta recruit completed, do not go grinding on it because there's nothing there. The rewards are the same. The bridge officer, the Delta, the not bridge officer, um, I forget what they're called. They're not bridge officers. They're the other officers. It's the same one, just everything else and all. So, why is that happening? See that right there? That's what's happening. This little ant supposed to be kicking in, but instead of kicking in this little corner here, now it takes over the whole screen. So, Alright, you know what? Goodbye. Like I said, that one site I used to love going to, but with all the ads they've got running, and everything else and all, it's becoming annoying. Just becoming annoying. Crashed. I upgraded that. Okay. Thought I touched the Dilithium weekend. So yeah. Did you see this guy is 65, did everything else? Just sounding to him. So yep, like I said, once you get him completed.
Greetings, how can I assist you today? Or in the future?
Yeah, as you can see, this is what you get at a Delta Recruit. You get these three devices right here, just everything else and all. And again, like I said, if you've already got a Delta Recruit, there's nothing new. It's the same rewards, same everything. And then the only other thing is, if you want to see a little bit more of the background as to why the accounting happened and what brought the accounting on, yes, like a Romulan character, you'll see a little bit more because a certain female caused the whole Iranian situation. A certain female. But, yeah, alright, so.
Cordial greetings.
Go away. I'll do you later.
Thanks to additional information from the colonists from Gasco and Helix, we've managed to identify several possible systems that could have planets for our colonization efforts. We'll need you to scan these systems, see if there is a suitable planet, and then explore said planet to confirm your findings. You're looking for what will be the future homeworld for the Romulans. We've also been told by Federation and Klingon officials that talks of an alliance could begin if we identify a suitable planet to colonize. Datan and I will be speaking with those officials while you're exploring. This could be the next big step in our fight for independence.
And again, we're now level 9. Yes, when you get to 11, you have to choose the Klingon side or the Federation side. this guy will be joining the Federation side because I pretty much got the Federation side completely completed with my friends. Just everything else. So the Fed side is completely done. Whereas the Klingon side, yeah, we're still grinding away. Sadly, it's only me. Everybody else is moved on. So it's just me by myself now, grinding away on it. So,
Greetings.
Use
I
M
have
to
new
open
orders
up the
for
map
you.
for sector space. You can click on a system to plot a course, and set your ship to automatically fly to it.
today. Boing, boing, boing. Yeah, like I said, if this was really dangerous, I would have exploded by now. Here we are. Before we go down, there it is. Alright, so before we go down, I am gonna go down and get me a refill of my tea. So I'll be right back with that and all. I need a refill of tea. So I'll be right back. That's it, easy. Be right back. That's it, easy. Okay, now. So...
Initiating scan. Now. Preliminary reports are turning up negative, Captain. We could perform a more in-depth scan, but that could take nearly a week. Launching a satellite would allow us to monitor the area and move forward. Your orders?
Launch a satellite, then. Yeah, I thought there was some sort of animation when you launch it. Never mind. What the hell? Just flying wherever.
We can't get a clear reading from the planet that Timere specified. Our best option will be to drop out of warp and investigate the area. Are you ready?
Yeah, thought I would check it out.
Nausicaan ships, dead ahead. They were jamming our sensors. That's why we couldn't get a clear reading on this area. It's an ambush. They're hailing us. Probably to gloat. Pirates like these only care about scrapping the ship for parts and selling any survivors to the Orions. Should I open the channel?
Yeah, let's open the channel, see what they gotta say.
Romulans! Wonderful! It's been so long since I've had a chance to kill some of you green-blooded sneaks! Now show some garamba and fight like you mean it! You'll still die, but my crew could use the sport!
Warning, ship is under attack. Target's shields have failed.
There's nothing better than killing rockets!
Heads up. More Nausicaans on the way.
Warning, ship is under attack.
Is that a good price for your ship? Even if it's in
If it's not Tal Shiar, it's the Nausicaans. What's next? Iconians? We were able to get a few scans of the planet during combat. It's no good. The wildlife is too hostile and the natural resources too few. That leaves us with one last system. The Dewa system. Dewa 3 shows some promise. We can leave orbit whenever you're ready.
Alright, let's go. And you'll notice it's in Romulan space. Yep, that's gonna be the new world. So yep, spoiler alert, that's gonna be the new world.
We have confirmation of a suitable planet! I'm patching us through to Tamer now. He'll want an update on the situation. I'll connect you as soon as you're ready.
Alright, open the channel.
Excellent work. You should head to Dewa 3 and set up some orbital probes, and then beam down and investigate the surface. I'll set a course to the Dewa system and keep an eye out for any more Nausicaans. Dewa 3 is one of our last chances to find a habitable planet in this region. Good luck.
Yep, understood.
Dewa 3. This could be the new Romulan homeworld. The radiation levels of this planet made it uninhabitable, but long-range surveys have detected drops in the toxicity over the past few years. Our orders are to deploy sensory probes to scan the planet, and, if they return positive, beam down for a closer look.
Good, let's check it out.
Press the V key to scan the area. Your tricorder will point you toward your nearest objective.
to the next one. Oh, I don't know
A
what's
real
something.
warrior never lets his prey escape.
Target shields have failed.
Really? You tracked us all the way to a new system? Go back to whatever hole you crawled out of.
Target's shields have failed.
Nauseous. I hope that's the last we've seen of them. The reports from the probes confirm that radiation levels have lowered on the planet. An away team without protective gear should be safe. There don't seem to be any civilizations down there either, but we'll have to beam down to explore the area further. Are you ready to transport? There are several teams that will beam down to other parts of the planet while we explore.
Alright, let's beam down.
Wow. Look at this place. It's beautiful. Our orders from Tamer are to analyze the local wildlife, flora, and minerals, as well as any bit of radiation.
Alright, let's move.
Press the V key to scan the area. Your tricorder will point you toward your nearest objective. Scanning the radiation will cause a wave scanner minigame to appear. To play the minigame, use your arrow keys to line up the red waves with the blue waves in the background. Enemy target on sensor. Press H to holster and draw your weapon.
This plant displays remarkable similarity to the plants once found on Romulus. Fascinating. The water is barely tainted by the planet's radiation.
Yep, a new planet. Okay.
The high amount of lead in these rocks could be the reason for the lowered radiation levels.
This is Temer. I've arrived at the outer rim of the planet. I'll be keeping a watch on any Tal Shiar or Nausicaan signals. How is the initial search going down there?
Thank you to the Thailand. Thank you to the Thailand. Send to the side, I'll contact you when we're finished. Planet's amazing. You know what, I'm gonna do 3. Planets are fairly wild, so this Haddle Zone.
Yes. It would be best to reserve judgments until we have a full picture of the planet. Take your time down there, and make sure nothing is overlooked. We can't have any doubt in declaring this our new homeworld.
Understood. So yep, like I said, this is the Romulan Delta Recruit And again, if you want to find out a little bit more extra to what happened with the Iconian situation, yes, you want to make a Romulan character. The Romulan character has a little bit more background story than what it said in the Klingon show. And I think I need to go that way.
I'm detecting ancient and dilapidated structures nearby. Yeah, instead of allowing that just to walk over the edge and walk to it, nothing, this is a little, really? Why? Because you're going to have to fight those creatures instead of walking around them. Oh, little little Altos. The sound. We should investigate that old bridge nearby when we're done with our scans.
Yeah, look at that big old bridge. A good ancient bridge.
What's that? Tholians. What are they doing here?
Tholians, really?
Tholians. Just what we needed. Tholians are known for not caring very much about us humanoids. I don't think they even know the difference between a Romulan and a Reman. The ship isn't detecting any more Tholian ships in orbit, but with our luck, that'll... We're after. If this is going to be our planet, they can't take it from us.
Yep. And also adds training. Okay. Yeah. That's good. Okay, that's good. Yeah. Yeah. I had no idea. You know? Okay. 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 Ancient structures. Like I said, I'm live streaming, so... Yep. So... Yeah, got a message. Up cutscene.
You can do extra damage to enemies by flanking them. Try attacking your enemies on their sides or behind them.
Yeah.
Enemy targets on sensors. Personal shield losing power.
Good day.
The Tholians seemed interested in those rocks back there. Should we check it out?
Excuse me. Right. And look, ladies and gentlemen, an Iconian device. Now, yes, here's the thing. You can play this story, but unless it's a Delta recruit, only Delta recruits can see these items. I had someone ask me when we were doing the Helix, like, wait a minute, I'd never seen that before. What's that? Again, if you're a Delta recruit, you'll see these symbols and see these items that you have to be a Delta recruit. Yes, you can make a regular character grind through, but unless you're a Delta recruit, now Delta recruit can only see these. Other characters, it's the same story, it's just Delta recruits can see the extra thing. And again, yes, make a Romulan character. Romulan, you'll get a little bit more of the background. So let's scan the Iconian artifact.
This is old. Really old. I will need to have it analyzed to be sure, but this might be from when the Iconians ruled this space more than 200,000 years ago. We need to study this planet much more carefully. Who knows what else from the Iconians we might find?
Continue. So there.
Watch
Again
out!
in the rocks.
More Tholians inbound.
Yep.
Enemy targets on sensors.
More on the way, sir. Why are they so interested in this site?
No idea.
Okay.
We'll find out once we have a second.
No.
One more group inbound, and it looks like they're sending one of their commanders.
I don't know. The commander should have gone in that direction.
The Tholians wanted whatever is buried in those rocks. Let's see what's beneath them.
Yeah, let's unbury this rock and find out what these Iconic or Tholians are so interested in. Scan the odd rocks,
There appears to be a sword fossilized in this accretion layer. Trying to scan it now. Wait, this is incredible! There's definitely a blade here, and its composition and size match those of Vulcan blades from about 1900 years ago. There are only a few examples of those weapons left. Most of them were destroyed during the time of awakening.
Let's open a channel to Tanir and tell them about this sword we found.
Greetings. What have you found? Interesting. The sword could prove to be something unbelievable. Maybe even something made by Saharian. I'm concerned about the Tholians, and I'm beginning a full scan for any of their ships in orbit.
Who the hell is Saurian?
Saharian was the greatest Vulcan weaponsmith who ever lived. He loved war, and created marvelous swords for the greatest warriors. After talking to Surak, however, he renounced all violence and never made another blade. 3 of his swords were taken by our people when they left Vulcan. 2 were lost during the journey, and the 3rd, as far as we know, it was lost with the homeworld. But if there's a sword from Saharian's era here, and other signs of habitation, this could be the sword of the Raptor Star, one of the missing swords. There was an expedition out in this region looking for it a few decades ago, but as far as I know, they never found anything. Maybe we've succeeded where they failed.
Do you really think this is the sword of the Raptor Star?
Anything is possible, but it will take a very long time to confirm if this is true or not. This could simply just be an old sword from a past civilization that lived here and nothing more. Regardless, I would prefer to hold out hope that this is somehow tied to us. Perhaps it is my pride simply getting in the way.
Understood. We'll contact the Titan about this.
Yes, we should. Hold on. We're under attack. It's the Tholians. Go to red alert. All hands prepare for battle.
Tanir, what's going on?
Tamir has closed the channel, sir. I'll have the geode and blade transported to the science lab on board the ship. We should return as soon as possible. Tamir will need our help.
And as you can see, the Tholians had shown up to attack because we've now got this very legendary sword. Being the ship.
We managed to take out a few Tholian ships, but now we're trapped within one of their webs. There are more Tholians on the way. You've got to take out the nearby Tholians to get us out of here.
And if you've got Thora will get you out of these, and Torpedo Thread will get you out of these.
Shields have failed.
Thank you. We don't have time to relax, however. I'm picking up a large Tholian ship leaving warp. Get ready. The Tholians have some of the most advanced technology in the Quadrant, and they never back down. We'll need to work together to survive.
They don't have advanced weapons. They use the Teria beams to get your shields down, and then quantum torpedoes to do hull damage.
Target shields have failed.
Easily killed.
Excellent work. Hopefully the Tholians will stay away. What did you find? Is it possible for us to colonize the planet?
Explain your findings to Tanir.
By the elements, a habitable planet and one of Saharian's lost blades? That could only mean that this planet must be one of the worlds our ancestors visited after the Sundering. I knew that their path could have taken them in this area, but I never... I'll have to speak to Mimic. She's always had an interest in our history. You should get to the flotilla and speak to Datan. He'll want to know everything you've found.
I'm in the sector state and go back to the flotilla. See what they go down. Okay. Enter the flotilla. Speak to Datan.
Jolan True, You found something incredible. This will be the new home of the Romulan Republic. It will be Mol Rihan, New Romulus, and we will create a new way of life there. This is exactly what we needed to begin talks with the Klingons and the Federation at Khitomer. Unless you have any more questions, I would report to Tamer. I have many preparations to make.
Alright, so like I said, this guy will be joining the Federation side. Again, like I said, yeah, the thing that annoyed me the most was, yes, when the Romulans came out, I wanted them to be their own faction, but instead, you know, when you get to basically 11, you have to choose the Klingon side or the, you know, the Fed side. You know, they can't be their own faction. So this guy will be joining the, you know, the thing. Alright, so how does this impact Federation and Klingon sides?
We will need allies to help with the colonization. It's likely that the Federation will be willing to help with this. We also cannot settle on New Romulus without the goodwill of the Klingons, given how close we are to their space. If they would be willing to lend us a small portion of their military might, we would be safer from the Tal Shiar. After that, if Empress Sela continues her attacks, she will be doing it against a new civilization, not a band of rebels. That will make all the difference.
Alright, now what about this sword I found?
We don't know yet, but we do know it is. We will need allies to help with the colonization. It's likely that the Federation will be willing to help with this. We also cannot settle on New Romulus. We don't know yet, but we do know it is as old as the Sundering and uses materials like those of the Vulcan Swordmasters, so that narrows it down a bit. The Sundering tore our people apart, but it also unified the Romulans under a common cause: the preservation of our emotions and our freedom. If this is truly the sword of the Raptor Star, it could help to once again unify the Romulans under the cause of preserving the freedoms we hold dear.
Alright, fine, I'll go talk to Tanir then.
Good work. I knew you were the right person for this job. It will take us a long time to analyze the sword you found. We have to be very careful with something like this, but even the possibility of finding the sword of the Raptor Star has given everyone on the flotilla hope for the future. Your role isn't done yet, however. Datan and I both want you to be with us for our next task, meeting with the Federation, Klingons, and Empress Sela on Khitomer to talk about peace and the colonization of New Romulus.
Yeah, right, so there's going picking up. So, yep.
Greetings. I have new orders.
Congratulations, Centurion.
Being held by the Admiral on screen.
Congratulations. You've proven yourself to be invaluable to the Republic Navy and earned the respect of your fellow officers. Return to New Romulus. I would like to formally recognize your contributions to the Republic.
Well, quite a court to New Romulus. Now, it's kind of funny. Technically, where we're at, we're it's like scanning the planet, setting it up, this, that, and all. But this card, yeah, as you can see, it's kind of glitching out because of the double XT that's going on right now. So technically, yes, we don't have New Romulus active yet, but because of the double XT that's kicking in, yes, we're already at that part where we're landing on New Romulus to get our next ship and our next level. Alright, so, yeah, let's go ahead and get this out of the way. So, yeah, like I said, interesting little glitch.
We've made a breakthrough. We can't lay claim to Dewa 3 and make it our new home without allies. The planet is close to Klingon space, although they've never formally claimed it. If we could get their support, or that of the Federation, we would be able to break away from the Romulan Star Empire without worrying what the Tal Shiar will do. Datan has been working for weeks to get the Klingons and the Federation to agree to talks. Now representatives from both factions will be at Khitomer to hear our proposal, and so will the Empress. I want you there as well. I think we'll need someone like you on our side. It won't be easy, but this is our best chance to create a new life and a new home.
Yep, got a kid in there and find out what's going on.
Greetings. I have new orders for you.
So yeah, this is basically the new planet that the where we're at in the storyline is we've not cleaned this planet yet. We're still scanning it and trying to set it up. That's because of the double XT that's going on. Yeah, we're already past that part and technically already set it up already. But let's go ahead and go. Yeah, stay the girl. Okay. 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 Let's see if we leveled up some. So, yep, like I said, as you're leveling up, once in a while you're going to check your transceiver thingy. That's one. So yeah, like I said, when you get to basically 11, you have to choose Third side or Klingon side. This guy will be joining the Third side, because my Third side has already got everything completed, so we don't have to unlock anything. Whereas the Klingon side, yeah, unfortunately, I'm the only one grinding. You know, like I said, most of my friends have moved on and found other things to do. Whereas me, I'm still here, playing as Dino called it, a dead game.
Kittimer. This place has some bad blood. Back in 2346, the Romulan military launched a massive attack that slaughtered all the Klingon colonists here and took the planet. The Klingons took it back in the chaos after Shinzon's rebellion. This is the first time since then that they've allowed Romulans to be here. We should be careful. The Klingons aren't going to be in a great mood. Just having us here will be a reminder of what's happened. Zatan is waiting for us with the rest of the Romulan diplomats in the Hall of Conquest.
Alright, let's go meet Zatan.
Wonder what it takes to be put in the Gallery of Honor.
I'll let you down. There, here we are in the big, huge hall room.
Chamber of Conquest. Let's hope one day the Klingons turn their attention to the Tal Shiar.
I'll get in there. Talk to Zatan.
It's good to see a friendly face. The air here is a bit tense right now. I need to stay here and prepare for Empress Seela's arrival, which I'm sure will not be pleasant. Could you speak with the Klingon and Federation delegations? See what they're thinking, get a feel for how the negotiations will go, and most importantly, try to convince them of our sincerity.
What do you think?
I think we should do whatever we can to stop the Tal Shiar. If that means making an alliance with Starfleet or the Klingons, fine with me. I would be worried about us getting dragged into their war, but I expect that they're both more interested in our cloaking designs than our people. I say we go with whoever is most willing and able to help us against the Tal Shiar. That's all that really matters.
We must be careful not to let vengeance blind us in our attempts for freedom. In the meantime, I would ask you to speak with delegates from the Klingon Empire and the Federation. Just because an initial proposal has been presented does not mean the conference is over. Far from it. Any information you can get me about what they're thinking will help when it comes time to present our case.
Okay, I'll see what I can do, Titan. And look, Tashiars. Guess what? You can insult them. So yes, if you praise them, then that means you're going to be going to the Tashiar side. But if you insult them, then yes, you're going to be on the Klingon Republic side. So yeah, insult every one of them. Is this the Federation side? Here he is, talking to Tesseract. One. Okay. You need me to sign in. Okay. Okay. Pudding's good. You know, like I said, pudding's very good, especially chocolate flavored pudding. Yeah. So we need to go through here. Now you'll notice there's 3 Iconian marks in here. I don't see them. But hopefully they'll show up as we're walking around.
The Hall of Heroes. They're probably Klingon heroes who killed Romulans.
Oh, look at this. Discreet. Okay.
I understand their stance, but still, there are issues. The would-be Romulan Republic is weak and fractured. How could an alliance benefit us?
Okay. I had no idea.
Diplomacy makes for thirsty work. The Federation ambassador can't hold his teeth together for more than a minute. The Vulcan just stares daggers at everyone. Half my delegation are a breath away from ripping into the Starfleeters like rampaging togs, and we're all stuck in here with you backstabbing greenbloods. Oh, did I offend you? Well, get used to it. We don't have a reason to trust you yet, and I don't know if we ever will.
Maybe I can get you something to drink.
one of Detan's followers. Greetings. I am Ambassador Satas, representative for the Klingon Empire. I am curious, what exactly does your group have to offer the Klingons in an allegiance? Detan is no warrior, and Klingon politics have little in common with Romulan machinations.
And if you'll notice, ladies and gentlemen, because we are a Delta Recruit, we have an extra option that we have to click on. I would like to know if there's any information on Iconians, if you're willing to share it.
The rumors are true. The Iconians have returned. Our ships have sighted their vessels in Delta Volanus. And we have heard rumors they have servant races. The Heralds, who serve as their personal bodyguards, a race that lives in subspace, and even one you have already seen. Be wary. The war you fight now may be for more than mere survival.
So there, that one is now got clicked on. Now we need to talk about our planet. Okay, we're gonna say we're survivors, that we continue to fight us, y'all.
You do have a point. The fact that you've survived this long against the Tal Shar says something about your people. However, it does not say whether or not you are in the right in this civil war of yours, or if this is just an elaborate Romulan plot. We shall see just how trustworthy you are in the days to come.
You'll see the truth of our words soon enough. Alright. So remember, we're gonna need to get a drink for that one guy. So let's go grab the drink for him. And remember, Klingon drink plenty of blood wine. Now the joke is, it's basically red Kool-Aid, just everything else. And then, you know, when people start to, you know, it's like, oh, red Kool-Aid, that's so weak. They change it to tomato juice, just everything else to give it a thicker look. But in the 1950s, you know, the 60s version, yeah, it was actually red Kool-Aid that they was drinking. Just that and all, when they started doing the TV show, you know, it looked like red Kool-Aid, that is so weak looking. So they changed it to tomato juice.
Blood wine. At least you have some manners. Nice to know that you all aren't as ill-bred as the stories say.
Well, what are your thoughts on this peace treaty, then?
Ah! You don't even respond to an insult. Looks like you're on your best behavior. Since we're being diplomatic, I suppose it could be said that you people may not be entirely worthless. But just because you know when to bring a Klingon a drink does not mean we are friends. I'm keeping an eye on you and your kind.
Very well, and I'm keeping an eye on you too, Counselor.
The Klingons don't seem too thrilled with the idea of being allies. Maybe we'll have better luck with the Federation.
Let's see what we can do without that. So yeah, like I said, when you finally get to 11, yeah, you have to choose side, join the Klingon side or the Thed side. Yes, I'm planning to join the Thed side because we've got everything completed and unlocked on the Thed side, where it's Klingon. No, we're still grinding away. We're still trying to unlock things and finish the Klingon side. Yeah. Like I said, when this part came out, yes, I really wanted the Romulans to be their own faction, but nope. No, this is how they did it. Talk to the ambassador.
One of our new potential allies. I am Jiro Sugihara, a representative of the Federation Diplomatic Corps. Let's talk, shall we? Yes, I'd love a chat. Now, please don't take the cool reactions of some of my colleagues as an indication of how the whole of the Federation feels. There is a history between our two governments. But I believe with some work, we can all come to a peaceful agreement. Don't you agree?
I hope so.
Of course you do. Of course. Why else would you and other fine and forward-thinking Romulans, such as Datan, be present here at this conference? I like to think of all of us, Federation, Klingon, and Romulans alike, as engineers. We're building bridges to a newer and brighter future. We're architects, designing load-bearing structures upon which we might build vital cooperative efforts. But before we get to the window dressing, of course, you know where we must begin.
Well, what is that?
Why, with the foundations. You knew that, of course. There's nothing we cannot achieve if we're able to continue to sit down and discuss our differences, and bit by bit, measure by measure, work through them and learn from one another. We must start fresh. So as one potential friend to another, I ask this entirely as a personal question. How do you feel about reunification? I know there are a lot of people in the Federation still opposed to it, but I am certain that if we simply sit down together and discuss the issue rationally, we can...
Now, here's the thing. You'll notice you're going to interrupt him. But because we're doing a Delta Recruit, we have the new thing. Now, yes, when you're doing your character, the Delta Recruits, yes, can only see these little purple triangles. You have to be a Delta Recruit to see this. Otherwise, if you do it on a regular character, you're not going to see the purple triangle. So, yes, we're going to basically interrupt him. What does the Federation know about Iconians?
Archaeology has never been my focus, but let's see. I believe the Enterprise D helped discover the location of Iconia back in the mid-23rd century. Until then, we didn't even know if the Iconians were real. They could have just been an ancient myth. Their history is quite dramatic, isn't it? Phenomenal power brought low by a mighty coalition of other species, joining together to defeat a common foe. The destruction of the Iconians may very well have been the first war of this type. And well, look at us now, uniting with former enemies to defeat the Tal Shiar. This is a very interesting time in our history.
That's another deal. Excuse me, you play too much. Yes, the one Federation officer, he talks too much. Okay, this one should be the last one.
I know your kind too well to ever trust what you say. I will not be taken in by your attempts to be disarming.
If you don't trust us, then why are you here? My kind is hunted by the Tashiar. You know what? I'm gonna throw it back at her. Because this is Admiral Tanian. Yes, when you're doing the story, this and everything else, and you're kind of doing the Romulan story arc, yeah, she's basically darkened, this, that, and all. Because you notice she's a Vulcan. But she's against all Romulans, that's everything else because of what Mr. Spock is trying to do. But she doesn't believe in Mr. Spock's ideal of joining the Vulcans and the Romulans together. She's against that. So, well, Vulcan, why are you here?
I am here as a representative of Starfleet and an expert on Romulan affairs, and to ensure my companion does not surrender all of the Federation in an effort to build foundations. I have spent more than 3 decades defending the Federation from Romulan plots. I have seen all of the tricks, the deceptions, all of the treachery that is born of hubris. Romulans believe they are superior to all other species. That is incorrect. It will take a great deal of effort to deceive me. I suggest you do not try.
It's eating a try that on your thing. So now it looks like we're heading back. Talk to the Vulcan ambassador again. And you see right there, that is a reference to Mr. Spock. Mr. Spock's ideal. The Vulcans and the Romulans joining together and being together again. So that's like a little Easter egg to Mr. Spock's theory or ideology. Dr. Titan.
Jolan True, what do you have to report?
Beat Titan on everything.
There's doubt everywhere. We will have to be careful not to...
This conference is a farce.
Sela!
You're not trying to found a settlement. You're rebelling against your sovereign. You're stirring up dissent with your wild stories of mysterious aliens and colony attacks.
Wild stories?
Until now, I gave your little movement some leeway because I thought I could convince you to see the error of your ways. This ridiculous conference shows me I've been far too forgiving.
You! How could you?
Toven! That's enough! You two, please leave this to Tamara and me.
Unbelievable. How can that woman stand there and deny everything? If you ask me, the only thing worse than the Tal Shiar is the politician who lies for them. There should be no allegiance with such... Hold on. I'm getting a message from the ship.
We're getting a message from the ship? Why?
We're picking up odd ships on sensors. Ships that match the one we scanned back when the colony was destroyed. Good. Now they'll have to deal with us, the Klingons, and the Federation.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're picking up the mysterious ship, and yes, he is talking about the Alanchi ship that's been coming in, attacking with and out, coming in, attacking with and out. So yep, he's talking about the Alanchi ship that we've been dealing with. Good, let's inform the Klingons we have uninvited guests.
The Klingon command base has ordered us to remain in orbit and leave the defense of Khitomer to them. However, I'm certain that the singularity signature I'm detecting is the same ship that was in orbit of Viranot during the attack. This could be the person responsible for the destruction of the colony.
Okay.
Do we investigate, despite the Klingons' objections?
Yes, let's get into our ship and investigate.
I'm picking up multiple anomalies in the area, but the Klingons are still ignoring them. We should investigate them, and be prepared for whatever happens. Keep an eye out for Klingon ships. If any hostiles appear, they'll show up too. If we're lucky, they'll target the enemy and not us.
There we go, let's go. Mysterious cloud anomaly.
The Alachi were hiding the Tal Shiar ship.
Targets
I am Gerard, son of Lursa, captain of the IKSK. You have proven yourself in battle against one of these ships. I will ensure that you will survive to prove yourself again. I was the first to uncover the alien Undine within the Klingon Empire. Now, I shall be the first to combat this new alien threat. To battle!
Alright, so a little spoiler alert. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Captain Gerard, if you played the Klingon story arc and the Klingon story, this everything else and all, you got to meet him as he was uncovering the Undines and who the Undines are and what the Undines was all about. So yep, we get to meet a very particular character who is part of the Klingon story. I agree, let's move.
Shields have failed. Target shields have failed.
Dogs! This is Klingon space!
Here's the third anomaly.
Why am I not surprised that you were the one who discovered us? I'm quite happy you did, though. Now I have a chance to rectify the mistakes of Gasco Station. Captain Gerard, you have no place in this fight between us. This is a Romulan affair.
Captain Gerard, your answer?
Colonel Hakiv, you came into sovereign Klingon territory with hostile intent. You brought these aliens into our space. Now, you have the unmitigated goal to try to give orders to a Klingon warrior? This is not a Romulan affair anymore, Colonel. You have insulted me, and you will pay the price.
Yep, never insult a Klingon when they're drinking blood wine.
I don't care if you have 100 Klingon ships. You will not stop me.
Okay, we'll see about that.
but my work here is complete. I will deal with you another time.
You fought well. My people will learn of Colonel Hakiv's attack on my vessel. That I can promise you. I will also tell them of your abilities in battle. However, Hakiv did not die, so I cannot rule out the possibility that this was all a Romulan trick. My ship will continue to patrol the area. You should return to the conference.
I thank you, Captain Gerard.
Hakiv beamed something down to the surface before he warped. I think... yes, we're getting confirmation. He beamed explosives down to Kittimer. We've got to get down there and disarm them before anyone finds out. Even a hint of a problem like this, and the conference will be shut down. We'll lose our best chance for colonization.
Alright, let's steam down and disarm these bombs.
What is your status? I'm in the Hall of Heroes now, and things are underway. Did you handle the situation with the Ilachi?
Yeah, but Hakita beamed down a bunch of explosives down to here.
This is not good. It will be too easy for any disturbance to be blamed on us, and Hakiv knows it. I'll start searching the Hall of Heroes. Contact me once you've found all of the explosives on your end. I'll do my best to discreetly look for anything amiss over here.
Yep, we will discreetly look around.
Make sure the Klingons do not find the bombs first. If they do, there's a good chance we'll be seeing one another soon. In a jail cell.
I'll handle it. So yeah, like I said, as you can see, yep, you want to get rid of the bomb, but also keep an eye on the Klingons, because the Klingons think this is a Romulan trick. Yep, mysterious bomb. Well, mysterious device. Yeah, it's actually a bomb. You know it says mysterious device. Yeah, it's really a bomb. Yeah. Baby girl. Of course you can't, because you're still muted. Tal Shiar dressed as the Federation officer.
Tal Shiar had spies here the entire time.
Yeah, Tal Shiar dressed up as a Federation officer. Interesting. Yeah, so the other one is at the other end. So you'll see these little, Vulcan, officers, but who are really Tal Shiar's.
Did you get the explosives? Good. That's a relief. I found a bomb near one of the statues in the back of the hall. I should be able to confirm that these devices were made by the Tal Shiar once the conference is over. It will be more proof that they cannot be trusted.
I agree.
Why don't you come inside the conference? The Klingons are about to speak. It should be interesting to hear what they have to say.
We're on our way.
In conclusion, think about how many times we've been fooled by Romulans. Sela already sent the Tal Shiar to attack us here. Who is to say Titan is not part of her plan? We must not allow this alliance to happen.
Hakeem!
Treacherous Greenblood!
Stay back!
What do you think you're doing? What? What are you?
Remember this.
He gave his life for me, for a Klingon.
Tamir's sacrifice will be remembered. I promise you that. Personally, I have never liked the Tal Shiar, but we of the Diplomatic Corps are always committed to trying to find peaceful solutions first. But we can help you in your fight to bring justice to the Tal Shiar if you accept our assistance. We know you have much to do to build a new homeworld and free your people. The Federation wants to be your ally in everything.
I appreciate your words, Ambassador. Talk to the Klingon side now.
Tamir died with honor. When my time comes, I hope I can do the same. His sacrifice showed me that we have a common enemy. The blood in your veins may be green, but you fight for your people with the courage of a Klingon. I would be proud to give my aid to you and Datan. We will hunt the Tal Shiar like the dogs they are.
I appreciate your enthusiasm, Ambassador. Talk to Titan.
Tamir's death will not be in vain. Now we have the opportunity to secure our future. The Federation looks favorably upon our endeavors, but it will take time for them to commit. Now Tamir has shown the Klingons that there is honor and nobility among us. We may not have gotten what we wanted today, but I foresee a day where we will build a home and a life on New Romulus.
Yes, he thought. Okay. Right. Okay. Well, you're the deco expert, so, you know. Right.
The next step must be yours. Both Starfleet and the Klingon Defense Force have agreed to take Romulans into their forces. I'd like you to be the first. You will be our eyes, ears, and hands in their fleets. More importantly, you will be our voice. Where you serve is your choice. But wherever you go, always remember that you are Romulan. If you haven't done so already, speak with the representatives of the Federation and the Klingon Empire. Then, take some time to think it over. When you are ready, speak with Subcommander Nadell back on the flotilla.
Tamir gave his life so that we would be understood by the others. I know I won't forget this. I'm ready to do whatever it takes to take down the Tal Shiar, so I'm with you on this, no matter what. The ship is awaiting our return whenever you're ready. We need to report to Subcommander Nadell and let her know everything that's happened.
Yeah, let's clean up. So yeah, as you can see, when you get to 11, you have to choose either Klingon side or Federation side. Yes, this guy will be joining the Federation side, because on our Federation side, we've got everything done and completed, so we don't have to really do any grinding. Whereas the Klingon side, we're still trying to complete the Klingon side, so this guy will be joining the Federation side. Now granted, when the Romulan came out, yeah, I wanted to be their own faction, and you can kind of see, in a way, they could be their own faction, but, you know, I guess because of the budget and the cheap way of getting out of the story and not creating a whole, you know, story again. Because you gotta remember, first you had the Federation side, you know, that did all the stories and all this other stuff, whereas the Klingon was technically TDT. The Klingon side had no story. It was TDT only to the Klingons. And then, I want to say 2015, 2016, I think, they started to revamp the Klingon side, and you finally had a story, you know, a story arc to the Klingon side, with everything else and all. So the Klingons were no longer TDT no more. So you had a choice of either joining the Klingon side or the Federation side. Because originally in 2010, 2012, yes, when Star Trek came out, you had no choice but to make a Federation officer. If you was a subscriber at the time or a lifetime member. Yes, at level, I think 10, you would automatically be able to start doing the Klingon TDT and automatically. But if you're not, and you're doing the free-to-play way, no, when you got to level 25, then you was forced to make a Klingon character to do TDT in the game, this and everything else. But then, like I said, in 2015, 2016, because all the Klingon players saying, no, we want a story, we want the Klingon to be its own faction, its own everything. You know, we don't want the Fed. And yeah, back then, they actually thought it would be a great idea because, you know, you would have the Federation, you know, doing its thing, that the Klingons could be the villains. And if you was on a Klingon side, yes, the Klingons could be your ally, but the Federation would be the villains. So in 2015-16, they decided to revamp the whole Klingon and make it to where you can choose to the Federation side or Klingon side. Well, then, like a few years later, you know, they started to bring out the Romulan, and I was really hoping that they would do it again and make Romulan its own faction. But they actually said that they did not have the manpower nor the ability to create a whole story arc from level 1 to level, I think it's 60 at the time, just everything else. So they just did not have the ability to do it. So that is why, you know, once you get to 11, yeah, you have to choose a side. Alright, so let's enter the flotilla. But yeah, I was really hoping that the Romulans could be its own story. Yep.
Welcome back. I'm Sub-Commander Nadell. Tamara's final actions impressed both the Klingons and the Federation. The time has come for you to decide who you will be allied with. Starfleet and the Klingons both have sent diplomats to stay here at the flotilla. Talk to them if you have any questions. Then speak to me when you are ready to make your choice.
Alright, so as you can see, yep, you're here, and this is your crossover point where you have to choose a side. So and there they are. Alright, first we're going to look at the Klingon side, but we're not joining the Klingons, we're going to be joining the Fed side.
Tamara's sacrifice showed the High Council that we have a common enemy. And there is such a thing as an honorable Romulan. We honor his memory. Join us. The blood in your veins may be green, but you fight for your people with the courage of a Klingon. The Klingon Defense Force will be proud to give our aid to the Romulan Republic. Together, we will hunt the Tal Shiar like the honorless dogs they are.
Alright, thank you. Talk to the Federation, Captain.
Tamara's sacrifice showed bravery and honor. We honor his act, and we will not forget it. The Prime Directive may tie our hands sometimes, but we recognize when reaching out will help the galaxy. We are ready to recognize the Romulan Republic as a legitimate government, free of the Romulan Star Empire. We can help your people. If you'll accept us as your allies, we'll gladly aid you in your fight against the tyranny of the Tal Shiar. We know you have much to do to rebuild a new homeworld on New Romulus. Tell us what you need. We're ready to help you with construction and the relocation of any willing Romulans to their new home.
And yep, that is both of them. So now you got to hear both of them. Now I need to walk over here and talk to this girl. Talk to the commander.
Time is short. What do you need of me?
Alright, who are you?
My name is Nadell. I'm a former refugee, and like you, I'm trying to help Titan build a new Romulus. I barely remember the homeworld, but I remember the hunger and fear of the years that followed its loss. I watched my father disappear into a bottle of ale. I remember my mother crying night after night when she thought I couldn't hear. We need a new homeworld. We need stability, and we need to put the past behind us. I'll do anything I can to help make that happen. Time is short. What do you need of me?
Alright. Now again, when you get to this part, you're gonna be choosing a side.
This final choice must be yours, but I know you will honor Tamer and serve our people well, no matter where you decide to go. So what is it to be then? The Klingons or the Federation?
When you click this corner, it just takes you out of the thing.
Time is short. What do you need of me?
See?
This final choice must be yours, but I know you will honor Tamer and serve our people well, no matter where you decide to go. So what is it to be then? The Klingons or the Federation?
Choose Alliance.
Time is short. What do you need of me?
So as you can see, choosing your ally, and again, like I said, yes, we are going to be choosing Starfleet. You're running with the Starfleet. Why? Because my Federation side is completely done, completely completed. But yes, when you get to 11, you'll get to this part, everything else and all. So, alright, so let's choose Starfleet. So yes, as Starfleet officers, yeah. Ally with the Starfleet. Alright, time is short. What is next?
Tamer was a great man. He touched so many lives among the survivors, and I know he thought very highly of you. I can think of no better way to honor his commitment and sacrifice than by continuing to serve the Romulan people. On to business. The flotilla will be working on beginning settlement of Dewa 3, or what we're calling New Romulus. Good luck out there.
Congratulations, Centurion.
And you see a bunch of stuff just unlocked. So.
Ah, good. The Republic has need of your talents. The Romulan Star Empire still has many followers. They've taken to pillaging outposts and settlements on the fringes of space, where nobody will challenge them. We need to deny them resources if we're to keep them from rebuilding their fleet and presenting a bigger threat to the Republic. Several Allied forces are committing to joint operations against the Star Empire.
Time is short. What do you need of me?
Okay. Okay. Okay.
We have the strength now. With the help of Starfleet and the Empire, we could destroy what's left of the Tal Shiar. We would be safe. We would be free.
There are too few of us left to fight amongst ourselves. Military action should be our last option.
I don't see how talking to them will be enough. But I'm a warrior, not a politician. If my people are to find a home here, there must be a leader capable of building a new future, of looking past our differences to find harmony. You are that leader, Data.
Since I was a child, hiding in the sewers of the capital with the reunificationists, I have worked toward the day when the Romulans would once again walk beside their Vulcan brothers and sisters. Before that can happen, we need to rebuild. We need a home to replace what was lost, to see past our grief and find acceptance. We need to reconcile with the Remans and end the centuries of strife and oppression. The fate of both our peoples rests here. We either create a new homeworld out of the ashes, or we wither and die. Thank you for agreeing to meet me here. I'm grateful that both the Federation and the Empire have temporarily put aside their differences to help create a new Romulus. This wouldn't be possible without you. Your example led the way. We're building a new home here. Romulans and Remans can't continue on like nothing has changed. Everything is different. We are a changed people. The loss of Romulus wounded us greatly. But that wound will not be fatal. There is a great deal of work to do before we can truly call this our new home. But with your help, I know Mold Rihan, or New Romulus, as our allies call it, will someday be as great as what we lost. Kylor is in charge of the staging area. He can give you more information about what we need. There's much to do, and little time. We left our first home to remain free. We lost our adopted home to treachery. May this world be the home we have sought for so long, a place where our descendants can live in peace.
Yeah. Okay. Is he having the same issue like he did last time? Okay. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. Probably. That's 3. Okay. Um, yeah, as you can see, we had now hit our 2-hour mark. Again, you need to stream at least 4 hours. And then after you're done, then you gotta watch somebody and listen to somebody the 4 hours. But you also need 5 channels to chat to and follow. But as you can see, yes, it is getting very crowded. Because everybody's jumping the Dean and like trying out Dean and trying the Dean to better platforms and restauring. Okay. This should be the command center. There. You visit the command center. There it is, Steinway. Yep, you gotta talk to this person. Okay. Here you go, jumping.
Our intelligence services have discovered an Imperial Romulan operation to take over the mining facilities in this remote area of space. They're using these asteroid mines to collect materials for constructing more warbirds. We need to rescue the transport ships by breaking through the Romulan forces, destroying their minefields, and liberating the processing centers.
Right.
The Romulans have cloaked mines next to the transports. Keep an eye out. Excellent work against those frigates. Just a few more to go. Okay. The job isn't over yet. The enemy has disabled nearby mining facilities. Each facility will need several repairs to restore complete functionality. The local system relies on these resources for survival.
You got to the rally point. What's another day then? Yeah.
Facility Beta is safe. Facility Gamma is up and running. Facility Alpha is back online. Looks like you've got their attention. Even though you've defeated their ships, liberated the asteroid factories, and repaired the disabled mining facilities, they don't seem to get the message. Sensors have detected the warbird Falcata leading a battle group to this system at high warp. The Falcata... Excellent! The area is secure and we've restored peace in the system. I'll mention your efforts in my official report. Chimera out.
So there. This is a TFL. Yes, TFLs are group content that you team up with other people. That's everything else and all. But this is a TFL. Yeah, let's talk to this person. Yep, let's take out these duty officers.
Good work. This will free up some of our forces and put a dent in the Imperial Navy's resources.
Congratulations, Centurion.
Greetings. I am taking over as your liaison with the Romulan Republic since Tamir is no longer with us. You have proven yourself and earned the respect of your fellow Romulans. A contact from our new allies would like to speak with you. Return to the flotilla.
Time is short. What do you need of me?
These are your
So now we need to fly back to the flotilla. They don't sound like they're on the same page. Wow.
Time is short. What do you need of me?
Oh, so you want this one right here?
I'm glad that you're settled into your new ship, as we can't waste any time. We've received word that the miners on Beta Thoradar have spotted Nausicaan pirates near their system.
Okay.
The pirates haven't bothered to attack the mining installation, but it's only a matter of time, and they're likely to go after freighter traffic in the area. Beta Thoradar is an unremarkable system, but there's a small Republic colony there that mines heavy metals necessary for ship construction. I need you to take your new ship to the Beta Thoradar system and patrol the area. Just let everyone know that the Republic is watching.
Okay, finally.
You've arrived at the perfect time. Our satellites have picked up several Nausicaan ships in and near the system. They seem to be pirates, bent on harassing freighters. I'm concerned about the possibility of the pirates deciding to beam down and ransack our home. The planets in this system are not particularly habitable, so we're limited to several small underground facilities. It wouldn't be hard for them to send a contingent of troops and take control of our mining operation. Obviously, if this keeps up, we won't have any trade, which will force us to close down this operation and evacuate.
The Republic are resolved. I need enough to get rid of these pirates. Yep, we're gonna do a Klingon tactical really cloak, and it's got uncloaking or firing everything. Okay.
Target's shields have failed. Target's shields have failed.
To any ship in range, this is the freighter's island. We've taken heavy damage from Nausicaan pirates. We need immediate assistance. Repeat, we need immediate assistance.
Ship is under attack. Target's shields have failed.
Okay.
Target shields have failed.
Thank you. We're not gonna wait around for more pirates to show up.
Thank you once more for your policing efforts. It'll be a while before we see trouble here again.
Yeah, I hear it.
Speaking of trouble, I thought you might wish to know that freighter, the Xylan, came by to trade for supplies. They claimed to be carrying mostly perishable delectables and trinkets, but their holds had no refrigeration system and registered a great many compact power signatures.
You think they were smuggling weapons?
The freighter manifest indicated that they had recently come from the Chaltok system. There's a small Uridian colony there. You might be able to find answers if you find out who's supplying them.
Yeah, I'll then just do the Republic thing. Start system. So yes, we saved the freighter that was probably hauling illegal weapons.
Odd. None of the colonies in contact with the Republic should be involved in weapons dealing. I will make a few inquiries. You may want to take your new ship over to the Chaltok system, in case we need additional investigating done.
Continue.
Time is short. Congratulations, Centurion.
Greetings. I have a new mission for you on behalf of the Republic. We have traced the Uridian freighter you rescued back to the Chaltok system. Years ago, the Chaltok system held a Romulan research facility studying polaric energy. It was nearly destroyed in a polaric energy explosion. Since then, a colony of Uridians has settled on the planet. Recently, it has become a hotbed of strife. This isn't the first incident we've had with the colony, and we suspect weapons smuggling is occurring. We have heard rumors of one weapons dealer in particular on Chaltok, a Reman. We'd like to make sure that none of the weapons there are going to be turned against New Romulus. We need you to travel to the Chaltok system and investigate these allegations.
Time is short. What do you need of me?
Okay. I guess it's truck driving, I don't know. Okay. Right. Yeah, they're talking about the seatbelt system that the military uses to kind of get around. Yeah, that's what they're talking about because, you know, the military, they're a powerful vehicle, so why do you need a seatbelt when you're on a very powerful vehicle? So yes, ladies and gentlemen, Data Girl is watching something. Yes, I've got it muted so it's not coming across, so I don't get copyrighted. But, yeah, she's watching something about military vehicles and seatbelt. That's the kind of whole idea. You're in a military vehicle, why do you need to wear a seatbelt when you're in a military vehicle? He's gone. He's gone. Yep. We're now at the 2-hour mark and still got another 2 more hours to go. Yeah, boy. Yep. Alright, stay in that lane, damn it. Pressure neutrality. Yeah, this you look on an enemy ship, they do not see us. You can try to open up a hailing frequency, or she was just attacking them, blowing out of the water. No, let's be nice, let's hail them first. No respawns. I guess we need to strike.
Finally, some proper sport. These scavengers have hardly been worth our time. But a ship like yours, that is a fine prize. Power up your weapons and engines. Make this a proper hunt. I'd rather not have to tolerate the endless yammering of your Federation allies.
I'm here about the colony. Are you getting weapons done down?
Why would we need the worthless weapons of our cowardly prey? Your Federation masters have sent you on a fool's errand.
We can still end this peacefully.
Listen to the prey prattle on about peace. How like your Federation masters you have become. You will find the peace you seek in death. Let the hunt begin.
Alright, shield up, red alert.
Target shields have failed.
Okay. Okay.
Target's shields have failed. Target's shields have failed.
Okay. The area around the planet is now secure, sir. We're now extended orbit. Sensors have picked up areas near the colony that are being blocked on our scans. They are definitely hiding something down there, sir. We'll need to beam down to inspect the area. Expect it to be a trap. You're able to get a better reading on the colony now that we're on the ground. Colony seems to be primarily made of Yearlings. We still do not detect any weapons, but our sensors are being jammed by something on the ground. Speak to a colonist.
Another refugee of Romulus. Welcome. I am the leader of this small band. You may call me Lortrix. I assume you were behind destroying those Erogen ships around the planet. We're all very thankful for that. The Erogen have been bothering us for quite some time. I would hate to think what would have happened if you didn't arrive when you did.
What are you doing here on this colony?
We mainly supply merchant ships with various minerals, and we have a small ore refining operation. It's not much, but it keeps us alive. The Erogen have been harassing us for quite some time, unfortunately. They want to use our facility to manufacture weapons. You and I both know what will come of that. And no one here wants to get involved in someone else's war. You understand, don't you?
Now here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen, you have a choice here. You can believe him and go along with him, or don't believe him. Spoiler alert, yeah, he's got weapons, so spoiler alert.
I apologize if there's been something to make you distrust us. My chief engineer is nearby. He's honest to the point of conflict. He and I have had our disagreements, but I can rely on him to always give his opinion. Why don't you speak to him? I'll walk with you.
Very well, let's go stick to this chief engineer. So which is, as you can see, is up ahead. Speak to the chief engineer.
Greetings. I overheard your conversation. I assure you that the colony is not doing any sort of business with the Hirogen. We can barely keep food in our mouths, and the mine alone supply massive weapons for spaceships. I'm doing my best here with limited resources, but at times, even that isn't good enough. Just the other day we had an accident that destroyed half of our mining equipment, leaving us crippled until the next merchant ship passes through. Look, to be blunt, we're the ones that need help. We're not in much shape to help anyone else.
Okay, I'll take that into consideration. Mm-hmm. So now we gotta scan these crates. Now I know that this guy right here kinda looks like he's hiding something or scanning. Yep, he just got something told to him. Getting near like snow clouds. Yep. Transporter shows this is a well-packed thing. As you can see, it's a tactical officer. Yes, you did hide a turret in there. The hell are you watching? The other girl is watching something, and she's all giggling. Stick to the suspicious colonist. Because you'll kind of notice there's a turn over there smoking for some reason.
What do you want? I'm not bothering anyone, I swear.
You're acting awfully suspicious. There's someone not bothering anything.
I'm sorry. Look, they told me to send a message when you were done scanning the cargo. I don't know anything. I don't know why they told me that. All I know is that I see people using the consoles nearby. That's it.
Darn, don't cause any more trouble then. Just the short colonist. And disable turret. And as you can see, because I'm an engineer, I can repair this. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Unlock failed.
Now, this is where you need to place all your bridge officers in front of that console. So, yep. You need to place all your bridge officers in front of it. There. Hopefully they're now blocking the camera.
Unlock failed.
I'm gonna click it. Oh no, this is the other one. First scans are picking up heavy concentration of electromagnetic radiation. According to this computer, the colony's building something. Unlikely. The amount of radiation is unhealthy. Let's check it out. Mm-hmm. What's an hidden door? And look at all those torpedoes. And an Iconian device down at the end.
This might be just what we need to access the Iconian Gateway Network. Until we are able to stop the Iconians and their heralds from appearing wherever they want, there is no place in this galaxy that will be safe from them.
So you got a mouth gag? Is that what you're saying? Wow, they the girl loves mouth gags. No comment. Shipping nanotech. The colony is supplying weapons for the Herosian. They're receiving weapons from this colony that scattering the neutral zone. At the present targeting information, some of these weapons could be used against Republic, Romulan Republic friendly targets. And our tricorders are registering an odd low-band subsystem signal. I think we're accessing a computer system.
We have them trapped in the warehouse.
Excellent. Activate the transport inhibitors to stop them from beaming out.
Very well. Do you have any further orders?
Just stay out of our way while we subdue the prey.
Darlander, didn't I tell you there was an ambush coming? Didn't I tell you that he was lying?
Enemy target on sensor. Personal shields losing power.
Technically you are. Technically you are. Who's live streaming to the world? You got yourself into a headache, that's what you got yourself into. Yep, what did I? Yes, I cannot do. Wow. Wow. Alright, let's see. Whatever that was, I accidentally went through it too quickly. Can fleet it tonight. Ain't thought none. Okay, why? Excuse me.
Target's shields have failed.
Yes, the technique on how to use it. Yes, the technique of using it. Size might not matter, but the technique of using it.
Target's shields have failed.
I've got to say, you Romulans sure know how to throw a party. I haven't felt a rush like that in quite some time. Finish up anything here and warp out. I'll check back with command. And don't take too long or I might take some of the credit for myself.
Understood. Nope.
When you tripped our monitoring program, the Star Empire sent me to investigate. Our intel said you were part of the terrorist cell on Veranot, but your actions here suggest otherwise. I'm here to make you an offer. Renounce your terrorist allies and come with me and fight for the glory of the Romulan Star Empire. I am authorized to grant you amnesty for your past crimes if you agree to serve the Empire again. If you agree, we would like you to remain within Deton's terrorist cell for the time being. He trusts you. The intel you could gather would be very valuable. The Empire rewards its loyal children well, but it also punishes its enemies. Consider your decision carefully.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, she is part of the Tashiar spy system, and she wants us to basically join her and be a spy to the Tashiar and do things to the Republic, to everything else, to be a Tashiar spy. No, I am not going your way. No, why are you watching us, Tashiar?
Charva. You can't trust her. I know her too well for that. We grew up together. I was her friend. But that's all over. It ended the day she joined the Tal Shiar.
Why are the Tal Shiar watching us and following us?
Tovan Kev is with you. I should have known. You're one of us, a child of a lost world. The Tal Shiar keeps a close eye on this colony. When you started poking around in the weapons facility on Chaltok, you tripped one of our security programs.
Continue?
You saw what happened to Lortrix. He sacrificed his heritage, his life, for what? To take orders from the Hirogen? I can't begin to fathom that, throwing away everything in exchange for something so small. I'm here to make sure you do not do the same.
I have no reason to trust you, Tashiar spy.
You don't understand yet, but you will. The Romulan Republic is a terrorist organization. Deton and his followers are inciting Romulans and Remans to take up arms against the legitimate government of the Romulan Star Empire.
Continue.
Think about it. The military and the Tal Shiar are the only means of guaranteeing security for those of us who survived the destruction. The military has the ships and the manpower. The Tal Shiar has the information and the intelligence network. This new homeworld Deton wants is an illusion. Why start over in contested space near the Federation and the Klingon Empire? Why would Deton choose a system in such a turbulent and dangerous area, unless he knew he could guarantee they wouldn't risk attacking him? He certainly isn't going to do that with pretty words.
Deton is a powerful name. The Republic has diplomats tied to the Republic and the Klingon, or the Federation and the Klingon.
Deton may have you fooled, but don't just take my word for it. See for yourself. Why do you think that Chaltok is shipping weapons? And they're not the only colony world involved in those kinds of operations. You think that this sort of business wasn't going on elsewhere? Perhaps even on Veranot, right under your nose.
Opinion.
Deton's only showing you what he wants you to see. I can show you the things that the Republic is trying to hide. Believe me, or don't. You don't have to trust me. Just trust the evidence. When you are ready to learn more, I'll be ready to show you.
I don't trust you. Okay, so yeah, here's a spoiler. Yeah, the Herosians have been hired by Tashiars to do the dirty work to Tashiar, so that way the Tashiar do not have to come back on them that they attacked something or they did something. So yeah, here's a spoiler. We've encountered Herosians before that worked for the Tashiar government.
It's true. The Talshiar has employed Herosian contractors from time to time for certain tasks. But the Herosian are the Empress's allies, not her slaves. They are free to do what they wish.
I still don't trust you. This conversation's over. And then we just click the healing trinkets. You want to talk to? Okay.
There's a lot I have to say about Charva. As you may have guessed, we used to be quite close. There's a lot of history between us, but all that's really important is that we went separate ways. She thought that the Tal Shiar could ensure security for our people, and I didn't. It's just bringing up a lot of old feelings.
What do you know about her?
As I mentioned, we have a turbulent past. We grew up together. Once, I thought we might have a future together. Those were in the dark years after the destruction of the homeworld. We survived, but it tore us apart. I just wanted to make a new start. She was convinced that nowhere was safe. She kept talking about working with the military or the Tal Shiar. I argued that the only way we'd be safe was to be able to stand up for ourselves.
Continue.
There's a lot I have to say about Charva. As you may have guessed, we used to be quite close. There's a lot of history between us, but all that's really important is that we went separate ways. She thought that the Tal Shiar could ensure security for our people, and I didn't. It's just bringing up a lot of old feelings.
What do you think about her claims?
I don't believe Datan is a terrorist. I think he's an idealist who's trying to come to terms with the chaos. Datan would never knowingly sanction violence, especially against innocents. He doesn't even like us fighting the Tal Shiar, although he sees the need. But Datan isn't the only person making decisions in the Republic. Maybe there are some people who see the Republic as their chance to have a little revenge. I don't know.
Continue.
I think Charva is wrong about Datan and the Republic. But that doesn't mean it's outside the bounds of possibility that someone has taken things too far, or has a secret program that Datan doesn't know about. If she knows something that we don't, we should try to find out what it is. There's a lot I have to say about Charva. As you may have guessed, we used to be quite close. There's a lot of history between us, but all that's really important is that we... Well, Charva's not a bad person. At least she wasn't. But she is misguided. She's turned a blind eye to the excesses of the Tal Shiar, and she probably doesn't even know about most of them. The Tal Shiar are masters of propaganda, after all. I think that anything she tells us is going to be something that the Tal Shiar wants us to hear. We should gather our own evidence and draw our own conclusions.
Continue.
There's a lot I have to say about Charva.
Alright.
As you may have guessed...
So that's all I need to know. Let's move on. Are you ready to start the system, sir? Yes, we are.
Your findings are distressing. I'll pass this along to Republic Command. As for Charva, I think the best course of action right now is to wait for her next move. If she's really desperate to make her case, she'll contact you again. If she does, keep me informed. Nadell out.
Time is short. Congratulations, Centurion.
Wow. Nice.
It looks like we're not the only ones visiting. All this debris has attracted Nausicaan scavengers. Recommend that we clear the area of these pirates while searching for any traces of weapon signatures in the wreckage. I don't want any pirates disturbing the remains of the ships where our friends died. I've marked them.
Target's shields have failed.
This was the SS getting refugees on the planet got destroyed while trying to escape. Here's the real joke. These guys carrying supplies, but they had no weapons on board.
Target's shields have failed.
Like I said, no doubt. It's good there. I know this shit. This captain traded night to the colonists. He was a good captain. He could never be a smuggler. Wow. But then something led to that cinnamon ring. Yep, some led to that cinnamon ring. It's got the decommissioned military ship, there's no trace of the weapons. They're nasty weapons. Date the cinnamon rings. He said he's on a hot date, so. And he says he's, taking off the trailer. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you know anything about the trucker's lifestyle, yeah. Okay. Okay, so now I need to dig down to the surface because all these ships, they were not carrying weapons.
We didn't find anything unusual on these ships, and I knew we wouldn't. I want to believe her, but she's not the person I knew. She's tall Shi'ar. Still, I am picking up some strange energy readings from the surface of the planet. Perhaps we should continue our search there.
Alright, let's beam down to the interesting place. Alright, well, we don't like the idea, blah, blah, blah. So, yep, ladies and gentlemen, this is your home. They got Dawn the smithereens, just everything else and all. So, apparently you've been brought back because apparently the Dawn had a secret here. Talk to the officer.
You're one of them, aren't you? We've been looking all over this place for evidence of your terrorist plots, and here you are, showing up to dispose of the evidence we're here to find. I'm placing you under arrest. Resist, and I'll have to use force. I hope you resist.
I will not be taken into custody.
Enemy targets on sensor.
down. Okay. I don't know either. Technology. Being used by the dock created alloys, blah blah blah. Needed water storage. This is a smart idea. Make their console. Big biology scanner. Biology scanner used by the dock. For impurities, blah blah blah. According to the record he left behind, he was close filtering 99.99.7 the contaminant out of the water system. Here comes, huh?
Enemy targets on sensor.
Apparently he was getting ambushed and I didn't realize it. Okay, clear console. Check laser spectrum. Laser spectrum was used by the dock. Check components of any area, blah blah blah. This area was used to growing crops. Okay. And examine the water wheel system. Water wheel was used to pump water into the colony. At least modified. Modified water pump doesn't look like any threat. Let's keep looking. And look who showed up. Wow. Nope. I wonder why.
They'll pay for what they have done to our colony.
Oh, look at this, a helmet on the ground.
Devex's old helmet. Reminds me of better times.
There's a collection and blah blah blah. Flipping through, you can see Defense of the Romulan colony. Examining wind node system. Examining the wind node. What is the wind node system? And yes, when you start a Romulan character, this is where you start out right here. That door right there is where you come through. You make a Romulan character. Yep, that door right there is where you come out of. You make a Romulan character. And of course, if you're under, you got the nail system. Consult the bridge officer. Something is strange going on here, sir. If you ain't looking to the same thing as we are. There's a collecting a rendezvous area. Let's go check out this rendezvous. Now, technically, you need to go talk to him, but back here is a lore object. Examine the painting, but this is a lore object.
I remember that painting. We should take it with us, as a reminder of home.
Yep, that is a lore object, which you'll find hanging in your, figure hangs. Confront the Romulan captain.
So, you're the terrorist. I allied with the Klingon Empire because they promised me the opportunity to find people like you. People willing to hurt innocent civilians and remove you from the Romulan race. You're no better than the Tal Shiar. It's people like me who will restore honor to our people.
I'm not a terrorist, I'm just someone's feeding you false information.
Of course you are. My teams didn't find the weapons that were here, but this colony has been empty for weeks. You had ample time to hide them, or move them to another location off-world. But there's no evidence that they weren't here. And in the absence of evidence, I go with my instincts. They tell me that people like you hid weapons here, and those weapons got people killed. Innocents, civilians, people who should have been living in peace. This ends now. You won't get a chance to hurt anyone else.
The only person you'll be hurting is yourself.
Enough, I yield! Do with me what you will.
Good, I would rather not kill an ally.
What? Surprising words coming from a terrorist.
I'm no more a terrorist than you are. You're being manipulated by propaganda.
That makes a surprising amount of sense. A contact that I thought I could trust told me there was evidence of terrorism and weapons manufacturing here. I'm guessing you were told the same thing. Neither of us found anything, except one another. We were sent here to die.
That's my conclusion as well. We should be allies, not enemies.
I agree. Whoever set up this little charade is probably lying in wait to eliminate the survivor of our battle. Won't they be surprised when we join forces? I'll return to my ship immediately. Join me in orbit, and we can finish this.
Right behind him. We need to report our findings, sir, and then be enough. I had contacted, blah, blah, blah. She'll give an explanation.
Enemy ship on sensors.
How disappointing to see you alive. I am Commander Talum of the IRW Ishay, and you seem to have a talent for sniffing out Tal Shiar. I thought sending another Romulan Republic terrorist to take you out would take care of two problems at once. I was mistaken. Perhaps this is for the best. Now I can take both your bodies back to Colonel Hakiv. I'm sure he will reward me for finally eliminating you.
Communication, not alert.
I don't enjoy being played for a fool. I'm here to back you up. Let's show this Tal Shah scum what real Romulans are made of.
We appreciate the assistance.
Target shield have failed.
I am impressed by your martial prowess. You would have made an excellent warrior. I wish you had chosen to work with the Klingon Defense Force instead of Starfleet. Regardless, I am glad we can both serve the greater good of the Romulan Republic.
Why, thank you, Romulan. Hey,
I picked up a transmission from an attack group in this direction. It sounded like you must have uncovered something significant enough to warrant an armed response. What did you find?
No weapons, no truth, nothing but old memories and lies.
That can't be.
Are you sure it is?
Are you suggesting I had something to do with it? Why would I? I have nothing to gain. I want you to join us. All of our intelligence reports said there would be weapons, or at least residual traces of weapon stores here. I swear it. Someone must have gotten to it before you and moved it. covered it up somehow. Did you tell anyone you were coming here?
No.
I know my information didn't turn out like we expected this time, but is Tovan still looking for his sister? I might be able to locate Rinna. If the Tal Shiar has any information on her whereabouts, I'll pass it on to you. That should show you I can be trusted. I just need to make my report before anyone gets suspicious. After that, I'll be in touch.
And you'll notice the Tal Shiar has picked up that you're doing the side mission through your, through status there, trying to find his sister.
Excellent work. I'm not surprised that you did not find any weapons on Virinot. While the Romulan Republic has contacts with most of the colony worlds, we're not using them to fight a war. We're encouraging them to see the truth and join our cause. Nonetheless, you must continue to humor Charva to have any chance of winning her to our side. I doubt this will be the last you hear from her. Keep me apprised of developments.
Time is short. Congratulations, Centurion.
Please be done our...
Greetings. Given what you've discovered at Chaltok and Virinot, we need to widen our investigation. Republic ships have gone missing, and we can't...
let's clear that out. Let's see if we done our... Really? Let's... Chicken nuggets. That's not good. Yeah, you did. Well... Yeah. Yes, it is. So we're not away from completing the 4 hours, but I still need to find 2 channels. Then I gotta listen to somebody for 4 hours. Nobody? Alright, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna go ahead and call it. It's nothing like 4 hours. So, yep, you gotta stream for 4 hours and you gotta listen to somebody for 4 hours. So now I'm gonna go listen to somebody. Probably a radio station, probably. But yeah, like I said, this is the Romulan Republic, just everything else. Again, the Delta Recruits is active, but here's the thing, if you make a Romulan, you'll get a little bit more of the background as to why the Iconian happened and the whole situation. If you make a Romulan. Yeah. Alright, well, here's our ending. Okay now, well thank you for watching my video, or watching my stream. Please go to those links, follow me, and click on them, hit that all, get more info. That's what I do, hit that all. So thank you again for watching my stream, and I will see you next time. Bye now. Support me, please check out my Patreon, check out those other links, and I'll see you later now. Bye now. Bye, Data Girl.